This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Sunset Safari, coming to you live here from Djuma Private Game Reserve. Hello everyone, my name is Steve, joined by Darren on camera, and as always we're excited and delighted to have you with us on board. I hope you're all doing wonderful on this Sunday afternoon. Now our plans for today were to initially check on Tlalamba. We found the remains of a kill that she had hoisted but had dropped onto the floor, and she isn't around. There wasn't much in the way of any meat left, much at all. But if you have any questions this afternoon, please do go ahead and send them through using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or throw them in the YouTube chat stream using the all-important @FC. If, however, you're under the age of 18, please pop us an email to kidquestions@wildearth.tv. Otherwise, you can go to the Safari page on the website and you can submit your questions there. This afternoon is myself and Darren out, Chris and Owen on, Wendy and Michael and Craig will be joining us as well. We're wishing you all a wonderful Sunday. So we're just going to drive around and just to see what's going on. We might do a spot of birding this afternoon. Lions this morning were found, but on Little Gowrie. So I'm not sure exactly what the condition is. I heard on the radio that the two Avoca males were... One person said on the radio it looks like they've been shot with a shotgun. So it sounds like there has been a battle royale last night. And who knows if the Avocas will come limping up into the north field of solace in Djuma, all the way down in Nondolozi. And I think they are moving north. We'll see. We'll see. They weren't killed, but apparently they got a bit of a hiding. So the weather's looking a little bit cloudy here today. I wonder what it's looking like over at Pridens as well.
It looks like it's going to be a bit of a partly cloudy, perhaps even rainy day all over. And what an unusual start to a safari. Our theme today on Wendy will be easy Sunday afternoon. And we're just going to be looking for all sorts of small little interesting things while Steve is looking for the leopard. Good afternoon everyone, my name is Chris. With me on cam ops again Owen, and we're on Wendy, and we are looking at a group of dung beetles that are busy preparing their brood balls in a piece of elephant dung that's quite fresh. You know, a couple of days ago we had that really incredible fight between two male dung beetles. But here we can see them in action, where they take the elephant dung and slowly but surely each and every one is rolling away their dung ball. So the males are usually the ones who roll it. The female will often just latch on to the dung ball and they'll take it to a safe area with soft soil, and then they'll bury it, and the egg will be laying in there. And the larvae, which is a white little worm-like grub, will then use is a great example of what is happening. Good afternoon, Gary. Yes, yeah, there's a couple of them there, probably a good 20 or 30. And we've seen probably another 10 or so already who took their dung balls away. And there's a lot of boxing and flipping and battling going on there for the best part of the dung. So not all of them do roll balls. We have different groupings of dung beetles. So the rollers are one particular family. They do these brood balls and they then take them further away where they bury them. And then we have the tunnelers. The tunnelers will, for instance, just sort of dig right, usually at the dung site, and pull it underneath. And then some of them just merely live in the dung and just lay the eggs right in there. We're going to sit here. We are at Treehouse Dam. We're looking to see if there's anything else that's going to come here while we watch this display. But in the meantime, let's head over to Mike, who's on his bushwalk, and he wants to say hello.
Nice quiet afternoon at Leopard Dam. Very, very hot. Storms are brewing. Looks like we could be in for rain, I hope. Maybe a little bit later today. The Egyptian geese are doing their goosey thing as always. And the little grebe, little grebe, is also still hanging out on his lonesome. Hi everyone, my name's Mike Anderson. I'm the camera's Craig, and this is Ecotraining's Pridelands Conservancy. And yeah, we're going to be basing ourselves here the whole afternoon, to be honest, because I do suspect it might rain. It is fairly windy, and I'm going to be honest with you, did hurt myself this morning a little bit. I walked too aggressively, let's just put it that way. It was an aggressive walk. So this afternoon I have been told to be non-aggressive, which is difficult. I'm aggressive by nature. So we're going to wait down here. There was some buffalo herd here over the last few days, and we just passed, when we were making our way here, we passed a whole group of elephant bulls, including one elephant with a collar, known as Dex. Perhaps we'll get to see these Egyptian geese having a bit of a fight with some rivals. Right now they're just grooming themselves, making themselves as beautiful as possible. And now it's not just the Egyptian geese that are around here. We also heard a moment ago a very beautiful bird called an African paradise flycatcher. Hopefully we get to see it. Hi Darcy, glad you're watching the show. Hope you're going to enjoy this afternoon. I'm sure there's going to be lots of fun and interesting things to show you. Can't wait to see what the afternoon brings us. I can hear some oxpeckers also calling, Darcy, so maybe some of those hairy scaries will come down to the waterhole. And tomorrow morning I've been asked to do some tracking. Tomorrow morning we'll do some tracking. Lenny, I hope so as well. I mean, so far we've got the grebe, who's very territorial, so we'll see how that pans out. We've got the lapwings and the geese, as always, looking like they are calm at the moment, but we know that can change very quickly. Very short tempers. And with this hot, humid weather, you might find some animals coming down to have some early afternoon drinks. Let's cross our fingers. We will do a little bit of walking. Walk a little bit of the roads around the dam area, but I have to stay on flat ground. I'm not supposed to be walking on uneven surfaces. So everyone, we will do our best to bring you some action, and if we can't bring it, hopefully it comes to us. Of course, the afternoon is young. Plenty of time for things to develop. And this kind of windy weather is great for the predators. You never know, maybe we'll just get a glimpse of something popping its head down. That's very interesting. You see that island on the opposite side there with all the trees on? That is the island last time we were here, Craig and I, on his previous cycle. I was climbing around being silly on that island, and he was going to film the intro there when we say hello to everyone. And as I looked over, the whole pride of lions was approaching the dam, and it was a very interesting little moment where we didn't really know what to do about it. But it all worked out in the end, and we got to show you all the lions. Hopefully something similar happens this afternoon.
The WildEarth Channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice-daily live safaris from Africa, our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, a brand new penguin experience where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth. When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, there it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
I am an outdoor photographer, a wildlife filmmaker, and a conservation storyteller. Penguin Beach is going to offer us this really unique opportunity to watch and pick up on the smallest of details in the penguins' lives. It's going to allow us the time to really get to know these penguins well, get to know their story, and get to interpret the little finer details and share that with you with a live TV show and get you to fall in love with penguins.
We've just been following this couple of dung beetles, and they've got a fairly big brood ball that they've collected there. Just to give you an idea, that is about the size of an orange, the ball itself. So that larvae is going to have a lot of food. And it seems like the other one is underneath that patch of grass, trying to lift it up. So it seems like they want to try and burrow it somewhere underneath that patch of dead grass there. Interesting is the adults don't eat dung. They merely get juices from fresh dung, and that supplies most of their nutrients. The larvae will in fact feed on undigested fibers in the dung. They'll physically consume it, whereas the adults just merely pushes out some juices from fresh dung. Some species will also supplement that with mushrooms and fungi, mushrooms, decaying plant matter, and even fruits. interesting. Often see at a later stage you would see how honey badgers will dig them out. Hi there, Oliver. There are quite a few species of animals that will consume feces, but often that is not then necessarily their main food source. I mean, I have seen hyenas, for instance, picking up lion dung, and that could be supplementary. A couple of other examples would be, I've seen hooded vultures eating lion or other predator dung. Even some herbivores, elephant calves, some of their first solid meals are actually their mother's fresh dung. And that's how they get all those microbes and bacteria, fungi, and protozoa to kickstart their own digestive system. So it's a term that we refer to in ecology as coprophagia, which translates into the eating of feces or dung. Even things like certain species of tortoises would nibble on dried hyena dung. And if I see a bit of hyena dung later, I'll show you. It's very white, quite a bit of calcium in there. And that's to maintain, obviously, all that bone in its actual shell. So, but those are usually just supplementary and not necessarily as a primary food source. Whereas with the dung beetle larvae, it's its primary food source, and the juices in there also the food source, as well as moisture for the adults. Also interesting thing is that hares, specifically our scrub hare that we get here, will also do a bit of coprophagia, eating usually their own dung. But in that case, it's just to give that a second pass through their digestive system. Then eventually the final pellets that came out are very, very well digested, and they've extracted the maximum nutrients from it. We're gonna move on towards Twin Dams and see what's happening there, and in the meantime we're gonna head over to Steve, who seemed to have found what he's looking for.
Well, we haven't found dung beetles. Shasha. Hello, Shasha. There he is. In the summertime, a few years ago, this was the Djuma Den's day spa. It is now mainly dry, and he's just taking it really easy. We had him last night, not far away, bouncing between, oh, there we go. I don't know if that is good or painful, but it sounds quite painful, doesn't it? Those claws. Up he gets. Are you going to drink that very gross looking water? They don't seem to mind. The muddier the greener, it doesn't really bother them too much. No, he's going to find another spot. He's going to show us his bottom. I see him, they don't get dirty in the mud, but the mud's nice and cool this afternoon. It might not seem like it's a very hot day, but it's very humid. After the rains we had last night and the temperatures, it's very sticky weather. So the lower down in the landscape he can go, the cooler the ground he can sit on, the better he will be. Now, don't dare move because we're having a little bit of a signal issue. So this is the view you're going to get. The last time we positioned for Shasha to drink, he did the same thing. And that doesn't look very appetizing, does it? If you or I drank that, I think you'd get rather ill. Rather ill indeed. Darren, you and I have had lots of shasha luck, haven't we? Here's our boichi. Polly says it looks like he's drinking pea soup. Well, Polly, pea soup mixed with hyena bodily flavour and all sorts of other interesting flavours. So, yummy. And the decision now, is he going to go north or south? There we go, he did the cow. Did you see that? He did the cow with a half leg back. Wonderful. Jason, their stomachs are bulletproof. These animals feed on rotting, decaying flesh. And he's going to lie in that very nice, comfortable green grass there. Is he? We're going to go onto the termite mound. What a poser. Well, it doesn't seem like it. Look how he goes up. Body language. Okay, well, we're going to have to move, Nadine, so I hope we don't lose our signal. We're only going to move a few meters. We'll do so very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. Get into another position to view this beautiful cat.
The reason I decided to buy a ticket to Dream is I really want to experience what you guys experience, see what Lauren sees what BK sees.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part about WildEarth is probably the escape. Just to spend the time pretending you're in the wild and being on those vehicles just removes you from reality for a little while.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
My favorite part about today has to be to meet Maurice. To see him, obviously, oh, amazing! But to meet Maurice was amazing. Yawning and just pretending not to see the Ellie, it's beaten my expectations by a mile.
We know how important it is for young people to have a connection to nature through our live safaris. They are the future protectors of the planet. Over the years, we have been joined on safari by schools from all over the world.
We are live! We are live!
Seeing those students connecting with somebody lifetime in Africa, what else could you ask for? It's just an incredible experience for everyone.
Believe it or not, that is the dropping of a giraffe. Do you believe that?
Students, about probably 3,000 from New South Wales have just enjoyed this live streaming.
And we learned that some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right?
We were able to experience what it was like in South Africa and to see a whole lot of different creatures.
because it just pretended to be dead. Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I that is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth Daily.
Welcome back live, everybody. We've gotten a nice position. Shasha's got an even better position, it seems. Not his first termite mound. It's very clever behavior. Resting on termite mounds, they can rest, they can be elevated. There is a tree nearby to jump into if need be, and gives him a very good vantage point of how to see if there's anything else moving around. Normally this time of day, without the cloud cover, it would be too hot for him to be doing anything. But it's a little bit windy. Although it's humid, it's not scorching, it's just muggy. Animals might be forced to come down to this particular pan and drink it. It's a behavior that leopards become quite familiar with. Ambush specialists. Oh, there we go. Use your paw for a pillow paw. Ashley, don't they, hey? He is so photogenic right now. Absolutely gorgeous leopard. And we're really hoping he sticks around. You know, Mawati is the dominant man in the area. We've 100% confirmed that it was Mawati that snuck up on him the other day and just gave him a little tap. Could have been a very, very bad. Could have been much worse. And so he's sort of able to be, he's tolerated in this area as long as he abides by, as we've discussed, certain guidelines. To move into a new male's territory right now would be pretty risky for him. Big male leopard who's not related won't have any tolerance for him. Females generally start breeding a bit earlier than males. But Tavangumi is an interesting case because he's only 3.5 or something like that, and he is mating with Kara, who's almost 3. Not even. Yeah, must be. Almost, yeah, in December. Maybe now. So females generally will come into estrus around their 3 years of age, but male leopards generally have to exert dominance and have a territory before they are able to mate. Not that they aren't capable of, it's that they aren't tolerated. The females choose the strong male who has secured a territory, who has strongly demarcated his territory. He'll be the protector of her cubs, so she'll den inside his territory, and if he's just a young floater, she'll be wasting her energy. Ian is most certainly dreaming about baby impalas. He's definitely hungry. He hasn't had a meal in 4 days now. Since our first day back here. What was that? It was on the 10th. Oh, morning of the 10th, he finished off his impala feet. Since then, he's been wondering. It's impossible to say whether he's fed on any ground nesting birds or small scrub hares, but his belly doesn't look like he's had much to eat. Oh, it doesn't look completely empty. He might have had a baby impala since then. Phoebe, well, he could definitely stay for another year, maybe a year and a half before he has to move, but chances of him staying longer than that are slim. But him staying around for another year would be wonderful. It's what the property needs. A nice, relaxed young male leopard. We all miss Hosanna dearly. Some people thought maybe Maribs would become that, but he's spending too much time on Tortured we were not able to get to. So a young male leopard hanging around central parts of Djuma, although right now he is on the southern boundary. Little Gowrie is not far away. Where we are is very close to the den site that Hukumuri led me to of the Djuma clan all those years ago. And Corky and Pretty were denning. They're youngsters. Corky was still in charge of the Djuma clan back then. So we're just off from that. So right down here on the sort of Hukumuri Tingana boundary of old. Now all falls under the Milwati banner. What do you reckon, Darren? What's he dreaming about? Maybe those little warthogs we saw just now. Shame. He's definitely dreaming about something skipping along. But anyway, talking about skipping, I'll send you over to the bushwalk team.
We are just dreaming about rain over here, not about warthogs. And that big dark cloud, preceded by all these small wispy clouds, could be bringing that to us. We hope anyway. Our fingers are crossed. It's a very strange smell on the air. It does smell like it could be rain, hitting somewhere in the distance, blowing that wet, earthy smell in our direction. But still we wait. It's a bit of a ways off. We've still got sunlight over here, but it might come our way. But some animals come to the water. We don't have to wait for the rain necessarily. So we've got some elephant tracks here. I was asked earlier in the day to do some tracking segments. So I must say, Shreyas, I hope that you're going to enjoy this. We're going to do some tracking, which I know we haven't done any for a little while. So you can see the elephant tracks, very easy to see because, I mean, simply they're just the largest tracks that you're going to find. So the elephant track is here. Draw one. And this looks like the front foot of an elephant, big and round. Okay, the back foot of an elephant is very much more slender. Okay, there's the back foot over there. Just drawing an arrow around it, or a circle around it. See the difference? This one's narrow, and that one is broad, and that's because elephants have the biggest, heaviest part of their body is there at the front. You know, the tusks, the trunk, the massive head. So all the weight is at the front there. So it helps them when they are pushing over trees to have that big, strong front end pushing. Now, we can tell which direction these elephants were moving because of certain little signs. So if I just step over this way, this track over here shows us nice and clearly. Here, Shreyas, I'm so happy that you're seeing it, and I'm glad that you're able to be with us for it. So here you can see the back, the heel, as it slid down, okay, this part here. And then here on this side, you can see where the toe dug in as it stepped forward and put this little hump of dirt. So this is very classic elephant movement posture. So the tracks is easy, and these are all fairly large tracks. So we saw a group of elephant bulls earlier today, probably about 6 or 7 of them, and it looks like there was about 6 or 7 elephants here that went down to the water. And these elephants were covered in mud. I can see that the mud there at the water's edge has been disturbed slightly. So this is probably exactly where they came for a little mid-afternoon swimming session. Gosh, don't I wish I could have done the same? A little swimming session somewhere nice and cool. Maybe I'll try Leopard Dam if situations gets very dire. I don't know, what do you think? Should I go and have a little swim at some point? Actually, I shouldn't ask you the question because I know exactly what the answer will be. So just strike that from the record. Pretend I never said that. So we've got other tracks here, other really cool tracks. These ones here, and just circle. I'm sure you all know by now what these are if you've been watching for a while. This is very typical of impala. You can see very deeply etched on the edges with a bit of a hump in the middle. Nice, roughly a heart shape. That's very typical of impala. And it's not only that tells us it's an impala, but there are simply quite a lot of them. There was another one walking here through this elephant track, being very lazy, moving up and down, and just a whole bunch of impala tracks all around here. And they're animals that love to drink, so they will be drinking at least once a day, maybe twice. And more evidence of the impalas is this beautiful impala dung midden. See, all the impalas will come and defecate on one spot, and that gives them indications as to the social status and the reproductive status of each individual. More often used during the rutting season when they are fighting over females, but still being used now at this time of the year. Very cool.
That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
Bright colors, and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. There's 2. Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go. Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We've got a live kill.
There's nowhere to go.
It's a
such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
There she goes, going for the youngster. She got it. That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
Finally, we managed to get some signal around here. The last couple of days, she's still doing Twiglet, also doing fine. There's no sign of that remaining egg. It was here yesterday, but unfortunately we didn't have signal, so we couldn't bring it to you, but I'm delighted you can join me now live with her on the safari. I still find this absolutely amazing that you know, it's a bird that I've seen hundreds of times in my life, but this is definitely the first time for me having such a close encounter with a spotted eagle owl. And she's obviously very, very habituated. I mean, she's been here around for a while, so she knows the vehicles are no threat, and this is just absolutely, for me, it's a privilege to be able to view this really fantastic bird. And then have the added treat of being able to see a chick. Again, it's not the first time I've seen these owls nesting, but it was usually, where I have seen them, it was distant, so you had to get good binoculars out, and even then it was a very distant view. Hi, Kelly. I'm glad that you are so happy to see Twiglet. I'll sit here for a bit. You know, hopefully it will show its face. So I won't be able to get any other angle on this. Our signal is stable at the moment, but we probably can't move. But this is a great view. I mean, this is as good as you're going to get. This is phenomenal. Good day, Daniel. The male owl does not really play any part of incubating the eggs. It will probably just play a role in supplying food at times, but this will be mostly at night. So it won't necessarily incubate. And that's something you'll probably see with some eagles, where male and female sometimes share that responsibility. As far as I know, owls don't do that. She's just having a nice little snooze. Remember, for her, this is now 2 o'clock in the evening, at night. Amazing, almost like a cat-like appearance at owl, hey? Well, we're going from a sleepy owl over to Steve with a sleepy cat.
Well, Chris, I'm glad that you finally gotten to see Mrs. Wig there. Many people have been messaging me, but this vehicle just doesn't seem to have the signal capacity to show you them. I've seen them a few times. The male, he's going to be a majestic male. He already is quite majestic. He already is a very beautiful young gentleman. I think in the last week, you've all got to see him an enormous amount. How many of you out there are starting to wane towards him being one of your favorite leopards? I'm just wondering, just asking, seeing if there's any hearts being ignited out there. Shasha. I mean, he's been around for some time, but he's always been on Chitwa, and his finding him has been tricky. But we've been getting him almost every day now since I've been back with the WildEarth expedition. He was seen that one day on the kill, and then since then, pretty much every day. Has he got his own Facebook page yet? Laura, too long, there's no, 2 weeks is about a time that they will really start to struggle. But there's so many little things. A leopard's diet comprises so many things. They'll even eat termites and insects if they need to. So they really, really are adaptable. Lizards, snakes, scrub hares, birds of varying degrees, squirrels. So there's plenty to be eaten. Mongoose. And we don't really see a lot of these things being fed upon. We only ever find them on established kills. I mean, he might have eaten 1, maybe 2 impala lambs since we last saw him. We don't know. So he'll be fine. But 2 weeks, and then we'll start to show signs of stress. But the leopard is the most adaptable of all the big cats. This windy afternoon into the evening, I'm almost certain he'll catch something. But my only concern is the wind is coming from the south, which means he potentially might head in that direction. Go in that direction. The right direction you're looking at, north. No, not that direction. The other one. So 2 of the perfect sort of positions. Here we go. that's about as good as it gets if you were taking photos right now. If you were taking photos right now, you could consider that a really good photo opportunity. Now he's going to get up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Up you get. Okay, he's not going to play my game today. But they normally do get up after yawning. He's a little bit delayed, but he's looking in the right direction, everybody, which is good. Which is good. So, seeing a leopard in a tree, and then having them posing on termite mounds. He did that, but he is looking in a positive direction. So those of you who sometimes find it difficult to identify leopards versus cheetah, if this is all you had, notice the rosettes rather than spots. Disruptive camouflage, even though he's sitting on top of a termite mound, it does still blend in. Sure, Izzy, I will try. Spot patterns on leopards are the top spots on the face, just below the whiskers, above the whiskers. I'll have to show you. I don't have a book with me now to show you. We'll go back slightly and we'll show you, because he's in a position now where we can probably get a really nice view of his face. Tell me when, Darren. Okay, Izzy, are you ready? Are you ready to get your screenshot and then make your little circles? Okay, so if you look, there's leaves at the bottom of the screen. Just above those leaves, can you see those 2 dots there? Now that would be his left side, and the right side is unfortunately obscured perfectly by a stick. So let me move half a centimetre, just keep it right there. Half a centimetre back, and we start looking at ears, and there's sort of a facial recognition that you start to get. Okay, so there we go. Now on the other side, you'll see that there's 1 spot. On the right there's 1, and on the left there's 2. I think that's a spot pattern, although there almost looks like there's 1.5 on the right there. And look at all the ants scurrying around his face. Do they know that there's a large carnivore lying on top of them? He doesn't seem. We'll talk about when they talk about the spot pattern, but many of our viewers who watch the show have got screenshots of the tail, the back, the neck, the head, the side. They're able to identify from many different areas, and I'm not good like that. I don't have the ability. I can recognize their face: big male, small male, young male, female. Thankfully we've got a number of viewers at home that have got one of these incredible images that they can see a leopard's foot through the bush. They can tell you who it is. got another image sent to me of the muscles on a leopard, which we might go through when you come back to us next time.
Hi, my name is Leslie and I live in Ashton in a little town in the Boerland in the Western Cape. Why I started to watch Wild Earth is because I actually grew up in Zimbabwe and born and bred there, and I absolutely love that type of country. It just brings me back to my grassroots. My favorite thing about Wild Earth is, of course, the animals. We don't get the big five down here, or many of the little five. And I would love to take my little grandson up, who will be 9 next year, perhaps with me on this experience. I'm hoping to steer him into a huge love of wildlife and perhaps even some sort of career in it. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so looking forward to it.
Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature. For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hello, boy. You are a monster. And he's coming right up to us. Hello, boy. Oh, settle down. Settle down. He is very, very close. He's pushing his trunk against the car. You can feel the car moving. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Shusher is sleeping. Don't want to wake him up. Fast asleep.
Good afternoon, stations. Yours from Holland Drive.
So I was going to talk about more mussels. Just trying to see who sent it to me. It was nice to shout out to those who've found the information. Okay, on to Christine. On Twitter sent me a wonderful image of a leopard. I got one last night as well. That's got some similar sort of stuff. But when you look at the front of the leopard's leg, sort of on the what we would call the forearm. So there on the bottom, touching the sort of the earth, there is the extensor of hand and digits. So that entire, there's like four massive muscles running down the front of the leopard's forearm there that are all designed for extending and pulling back on the claws. Then on the upside of that, on the upside of that wrist, sort of up onto the inside forearm, is the flexor of the hand and digits. So not the extensor, it's the flexor that helps them to to probably release again. I'm not sure. But quite incredible how many muscles you can find on this animal's leg and arm and up onto the shoulder, although you can't see it because he's lying down. It's the brachioradialis, brachioradialis, and the brachialis right up in the shoulder itself, which gives it enormous amounts of that strength for climbing and for holding. Inside, interestingly, pretty much where our triceps would be, although they wrap around the side of the arm, is the tricep, but there's 3 of them that sort of encapsulate the entire outside and inside of the back of the leg in towards the armpit, what we would call. And that enables these animals to have enormous power in those front legs. Then the deltoids are in the normal sort of shoulder area. They sort of join with the triceps. And then there's another muscle called the teres major and the intraspinatus, which are also joined right up at the top of the shoulder, underneath the shoulder blade. There's enormous amounts of strength in that area for helping the animal to pull down, hold on, latch on, and climb. The trapezius on the back, in front of the shoulder blade, enables them to sort of lift their neck up, I suppose. Littered with muscles. Martin, age 13. You want to know if a leopard could get fat like a human? Well, if a leopard sticks to its normal diet of meat, it won't get fat. And in general, if a human stuck to the normal diet that we were evolved to eat in the planet, without fridges and eating when we needed to eat, not because it was available, we wouldn't get fat either. If we had to walk around and look for our food and harvest it and eat it a lot sometimes and a little bit sometimes and fast, and go through sort of a bit of a hunger period, we would also be quite lean. And that's leopards. They feed on a diet that they're naturally designed to feed on. If you overfeed them or you make their life very easy, like you often will see, not that I do go to zoos, but you'll often go and see very large cats in those environments because they don't have to do any activity. They just get fed. And so yes, they do pick up weight, and they will pick up weight and be a little bit less exercised than a wild cat. But as long as they are wild, and as long as they are actively hunting, they're going to go through bouts of eating a lot, but then sleeping a lot. And their activity periods enable them to give off a lot of energy. Darren and I were actually talking about it this morning, about how, humans, we've got this ability to go for periods of time without food. And when we lived in small communities and we lived off the land, we didn't have enormous amounts of food. So when there was food available, we would gorge ourselves, and then we'd go for periods of time without eating. And so that mindset of eating for survival is still in the human psyche. But nowadays, we can sit on a couch and we can call delivery services to bring food to us, and we can have a fridge filled with food. There's no stress, but yet we still have the ability to eat. And that is actually one of the causes of some of the issues in human society, unfortunately. But Mike has got something over there in Pridelands. Let's go see what he's got.
Still sort of walking around looking for tracks and signs of different animals, but with the wind and the cloud cover, it's not so easy. But I have spotted some really awesome flowers. And here we have a huge, big string of stars plant. I'm not sure exactly which species of string of stars this is. It's a heliotropium of some sort. That's the genus, Heliotropium. that these are really pretty. Just slowly unfurling themselves. They start off curled like a fern leaf, and they sort of uncurl and the flowers open up. The flowers don't have a very strong smell. It's like quite a soft fragrance. If I just trying to think, I don't know how to explain it. It's a very light scent, and I almost think that this particular plant the fragrance is stronger at night, because then it attracts things like moths. That's why the flowers are white. I think oftentimes white flowers are releasing their scent more at night, and it's easier to find in the moonlight than coloured flowers like red flowers, orange flowers, purples, that kind of stuff. Whereas when there's full sunlight, those purple, blue, orange flowers, they actually reflect the light very strongly, which allows the pollinators, the butterflies and things, to find them easier. They really are some of the first flowers to come out, and some of the other very common flowers that we normally would see, I haven't even seen a single one yet. I don't think I've seen many morning glories. I haven't seen any lion's eyes yet, red star zinnias. It's very odd. Some of the trees have flowered very strongly, but then have stopped. I wonder if it's those very early rains we had and then a long period of dry weather in between has created a bit of confusion in the plants. Remember what we said before? Plants need 3 basic things in order for them to flower properly or to grow properly. They need sunlight, the correct amount and intensity. They need water, the correct amount and intensity. And they need heat, again, the right amount. And within a certain range, those plants will then grow and flower. And depending on the specific parameters, it will flower aggressively or not so much, or it'll grow very quickly or not so much. Of course, the nutrient base in the soil is also important, but they will grow regardless, but as long as they have the right amounts of sun, water, and warmth.
After all these years of watching WildEarth just on your computer, you can now watch it through your connected TV, your Apple TV, or your Roku box. And if you're like me, you're always on the move, then go download the mobile app on your app store and watch it from your phone.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephants, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs. Can you see them? They are right here. I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
The bushwalk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
Right, we unfortunately had to leave Mrs. Wigg. Our signal totally crashed there. But fortunately we managed to get a good view of her. And we now have gone down to Chitwa. So what we're gonna do is just cruise around here and just see what comes up, you know. Sunday afternoon. Literally just try and find anything. Just have a very easy Sunday afternoon, relaxing and enjoy. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, something else pops out. So hoping to get a variety of general game that we don't always see up in the northern parts. Perhaps a bit of waterbuck would be nice. Good afternoon, Haley. Yeah, it's really lovely to see Marips again. I'm not sure what his last known possession was. Last time I've seen him was 2 days ago at Buffelshoek up in the north. So not sure where exactly he's gone down to. And I don't think he's been seen since. But it would be amazing to see him. Right, so we're at the airstrip now. There's always something happening on the airstrip. Let's just check. While we're looking for something, we're probably going to swing around towards the dam. While we do that, let's link to Mike on his bushwalk.
So we abandoned our search for tracks because the cloud is looming ever closer and it's just too dim and too windy. It's not easy. But what we do have is a very cool wolf spider web funnel over here. So I want to see if I can entice this wolf spider to come out. So what I would suggest to you, Craig, is to focus on where the end of my grass stem is going to go and see if you can spot this wolf spider coming out. So do you see where I'm pointing there? Let's have a look. Get in there real close. Let's see if the wolf spider comes out. It's quite windy, so it might not. It's not coming out. It's too nervous. It's too windy, I think. It doesn't want to come out in this wind. It's a real shame. It's a beautiful silken funnel. Do you see that? So wolf spiders are free living hunters for the most part, and I'm not exactly sure if it's the males or the females that make this funnel web, or if it's both of them. But essentially, mostly we see them running around, and they use these funnels as a refuge in order to remain hidden and safe from predators. But many of them will use the very sensitive hairs on their forelimbs to be able to feel the vibrations from a prey item. And we just saw a lot of ants walking over the web. So presumably they're quite good at discerning the right prey from the wrong. For example, there is an ant that's busy stuck on that web as we speak. But it seems like it is not attracting the attention of the spider. It's right there in the funnel itself. So presumably the spider knows this is an ant filled with formic acid, not so tasty, very tiny, not worth my time. Oh, the ant seems to be escaping. That's interesting. Joshua, that's a good question. You asked if I get scared when we walk around in the bush. No. You know, it's an interesting thing. We all have fear, right? But when you understand something, it's more difficult to fear it because you understand how to avoid the confrontation. So of course, when I first started guiding, if we were walking in the bush and we heard something or a branch crack, elephants or something, yeah, there was definitely a lot of adrenaline and a certain amount of fear, like what's going to happen this time. The adrenaline is still there and the respect is still there to know when to go closer and when not to go closer. But I can't say I've been afraid in the bush for a while. Fear is a different thing from oh, there, the spider's out. Oh no, it just went in. It was a bit, I don't know if you guys saw it. It was a big one. A really huge wolf spider was right at the entrance. I think now there's 3 ants that are stuck on the web. So I think the wolf spider is very much interested. Yeah, it's coming out again. It's coming out. There it is, right at the entrance. Whoa, that's cool. Let's see, what is it going to do? I don't know if this is a wolf spider, actually. It looks a bit different. This could be like a funnel web spider. Now, Joshua, I don't get afraid when I'm walking in the bush because, I understand animals' behavior pretty well at this stage after 10 years in the bush, but I still find spiders quite freaky. If this spider was crawling on me, that's something I would definitely not like very much. Wouldn't say I have a phobia. There it goes back inside. Oh, it's coming out again. I wouldn't say I have a phobia of spiders, but I certainly don't like the idea that they crawl on you without you knowing about it. And some spiders are incredibly venomous. We have a lot of incidents in South Africa with spiders called sack spiders, and they are very cytotoxic, and if they bite you, it will make a wound that ulcerates. So that just means the skin starts to die, the flesh starts to die, and you get like a really big, ugly wound. And so that's not very pleasant. But most animals give us, sack spiders don't give us any warning, but wild mammals give us warnings all the time to tell us if they like what we're doing or not like what we're doing. And as long as we follow those rules, we're generally okay. I'm going to send you over to Steve. He's got a sleepy cat, and we want to know if that sleepy cat is about to get moving anytime soon.
Don't get bitten now by that spider, Mike. You haven't missed anything, apart from the fact that Shasha's just sat up. Now, as he gets bigger and stronger, the muscles I was talking about will develop, especially around the neck and shoulder region. They become far bigger and stronger than the females are, and that's for fighting with each other as well as tackling much larger prey. Now we are very close to the boundary. A couple of vehicles have stopped to try and get a sneak peek. Oh, right here in front of me, Darren, at 12 o'clock, is a little crombeck.
A bird?
Yeah, a bird right here. See him moving around in the thicket there. Up a little bit. Up, 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 up. It's just in here, a little bit more. You see him moving there? There we go. A long-billed crombeck. Come on, are you maybe building a nest in there, little fellow? Oh, cool. Don't often get to get the crombeck on camera. It's down right, bottom screen. Top right, there he is. Got almost no tail. He doesn't need a tail. He hops and jumps around in the bushes, gleaning insects. A very particular type of feeding strategy. The tail will just get in the way, I suppose.
Warren, coming to talk to you.
He's not too concerned with a large cat here. They're very busy, aren't they? There we go, in the open. There's Another one calling off to our left-hand side and our right-hand side. Wonder if this one's going to call now. There you go. Brush off your beak. Give us your best crombeck call. He might be a floater, finding himself in the middle of two other crombecks territories, and so he's just going to keep very quiet. If you've never heard of the term floater before, birds are territorial, and once all the suitable habitat, we're talking a lot about habitat over the last few days, once all the suitable habitat pertaining to that species is occupied, often through territories, then there's no territory space. So you might get youngsters that float in and out, waiting for a male or female of the territory to die, or to not call, to just not wake up in the morning to call, and then they will shoot into that gap and try and claim the territories themselves. But until that point, as long as they don't call, as long as they don't behave in a certain way, they'll be tolerated inside that territory because they're basically just sneaking around. And it's very much like what young male leopards do, floating, just trying to get by for a little while until they've learned enough about the world to be able to then eventually establish their own territory and moving to a territory later on and then claiming it due to the lack of presence or feeling strong enough to do so. It's a very similar process, although birds' life cycles are a lot shorter. There he goes. Down the other side. Not sure where he's going to go. I'm afraid to move. We might lose you. Turn right. Turn right. Okay. Well, we're going to try and keep up with him. See where he heads to. Looks like it might be south.
I've always dreamed of Africa since I was a little girl. And then I just decided, you know what? It's time to come. It's time to just live the dream.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
It is so exciting. You're able to see the difference of what you see on TV to how much work it actually is creating what you see on TV. The leopards, mareeps. How could you not really fall in love with that cat? He's got such a personality, and you never know what he's going to do.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's about just being together and seeing and enjoying the animals and the great outdoors. It's just been a great experience. Certainly, if anyone's able to, dare to dream and come.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
We have a baby back.
baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
We stopped here at Chitwa Dam and we going to try and find some of those hippos around. The aim is to find the little baby, who I said is called Rolo. I've not met Rolo yet. And this is the Transvaal gardenia while we're waiting for the hippos to emerge. And I just want to quickly show you something. You can use it for something. It's called the gardenias have a lovely flower, so hopefully we can put another challenge between us and Frighteners to see who's going to see the first gardenia flower. I just want to grab a branch little quickly. Just check out for the hippos. This is something that let's get a tip of one of the branches here. This one should do. I'm not going to damage the tree too much, don't worry about that. No, that one's too tough. Just hold on for a second. Alright. Okay, it's a bit tough, but let's try this one. I'm actually looking for a dry branch. Okay, that's not going to work. Can you zoom into this portion here if you can? And then I'll explain it. They're a bit tough. I don't have something to cut it with. Alright, so you can see the branchlets have these 3 little spines that come out on the side. So what you can use it with, I know that quite a lot of the locals uses it, and they take out all the leaves and they only leave those 3 little sort of spines and then cut off all the branchlets further downwards, cut it off, and then they use it as an egg whisk, which is quite cool. Anyway, I can see the hippos now, and I did have a brief visual on a small one. Somewhere in that raft of leaves. Ah, there we go. There we go. So when they're born, they spend most of the time in the shallows with the mum. If for some reason the mum needs to go to much deeper water, when they're very, very small, they'll just latch onto the mum's lower lip. And the mum will bring it up to breathe when needed. And as they grow older, which is the case here, they actually piggyback and will literally stand on the mum's back. Remember, they don't float. As much as we think they're great swimmers, they aren't really. The water's very deep. They actually even stand on their hind legs, upright in the water, just have the head emerge. That's interesting, they don't float. Well, it seems like Mike is up for the challenge to see the flower a little later, I think. It's only producing leaves, or they might have already flowered. I can't remember. Might have laid down a very difficult challenge there. something happening here. Hi Sharon. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Certainly hippo calves or baby hippos, definitely extremely cute, but that probably goes for almost anything. And we'll just see what happens. It seems to be very playful, that calf. Sometimes when the water is too deep for them to stand, they'll sink to the bottom and they'll kick themselves up just to breathe, and then they go down again. And play a very important role they create these little channels underwater on the bottom of the water body, and they help to clear a lot of unwanted water plants. Not once they're unwanted, you know, they keep the bottom in good shape. I can see another pot of hippos a little bit further, or raft of hippos, and there's another solitary one behind us on the edge of the dam. So much happening here. Hi Macy. Hippos don't really pollute the water. They do defecate in the water, but it's got purpose. It provides nutrients and food for quite a number of aquatic creatures, fish, algae, bacteria and so forth that will ferment it and so forth. So they don't really pollute it. They do dig it, you know, create a bit of mud every now and then, but it's not really pollution. It's all natural. It will settle again, but their defecation plays a very, very important role in providing food for things like certain fish and other creatures. Well, there we go. Like I said, there's always something happening here. Didn't I say earlier we want to see some waterbuck bulls? There we go. Look at those two. I think this is something my dad would also appreciate. Dad, I hope you're watching. It's something you will really appreciate, seeing such a couple of big waterbuck bulls. Sore. Thanks to all the viewers who commented on how they love coming with us to Chitwa Dam. There's certainly always something happening. So you can clearly see this fight is, in terms of the intensity, this is just sparring. I won't call this a proper sort of dominance battle. This is a bachelor group of males, so these would be males that have not secured themselves any mating rights or any groups of females. And they then, like quite a number of other antelopes, take the time to practice and hone their skills. And I've seen some fights between waterbuck that led to mortalities. And those horn tips are very, very, very sharp. And they'll spar with it as they did just now in a like a full-on fight. And eventually the other one, the one that wins, will try and actually stab the other one. And I've seen once where one waterbuck bull literally killed the other one. That was a very, very intense fight.
Yeah.
And there we go again. Hi Wesley, it's unlikely that antelope from different species will fight each other, because the main reason why antelope will fight within a certain species is for dominance and to secure territories if it's a territorial species, and it all leads to mating and to a certain degree protecting a territory with resources against others of the same species. So it's unlikely that something like that would happen. You might have a case where it's a drought and there might be a grassy patch, and you know, there might be a bit of fighting over perhaps a piece of food. I have seen an eland, I don't know, only on footage, though this is not something I've seen. I have seen an eland that attacked a big kudu male on footage in such a case where food was very scarce and it was a lump of food, and it hurt this kudu very, very badly. So yes, if it does happen, it will probably be because of a food resource, and it will be very, very seldom. But within the species, it's quite common, and actually, in fact, seasonally. Just gonna quickly bypass this vehicle. Everybody, are you well? Yes. Good, enjoy. Alrighty, just have to quickly bypass them. It is their property after all. Straight. Alright, so we'll probably spend a little bit more time here and just see what happens, what comes up.
Recently, WildEarth viewers around the world experienced the birth of a brand new hippo.
Oh, look at the way it's walking. Oh, guys, this is so precious.
This tiny calf has started its life in a large lake next to an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the 1st of December 2021, you and a friend stand a chance to win a 3-night stay at this award-winning luxury lodge. Along with unwinding on the deck and relaxing in the pool, you may even catch a glimpse of this brand new hippo whilst on one of their unforgettable safaris. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Helping kids to fall in love with nature is critical. Our future depends on it. WildEarth has had the opportunity to take many children from all over the world on safari, some from right here on our doorstep.
Welcome to those of you watching from Hananani. primary school just outside Dixie Village.
They love like learning about nature because now we're having like a crisis of like rhino poaching. We all need each other, so it is very, very important for the kids to learn about animals, on how to save them or even to protect them.
My favorite animal is an elephant because they are very cute, although they're eating the trees or the plants, but they are still very cute to me.
The way they explained the animals, asking questions, and we saw our names on the screen. It was so exciting.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back live to Djuma, where Shasha decided to go south. He went into Little Gari, and so we've had to leave him. And on our way towards the Djuma den, we found a medium-sized hyena lying down on the other side of the drainage. We can't get any closer than this, so I have absolutely no idea who it is. Its head was up before, so it has no noticeable ear shapes or cuts. With a number of the hyenas we've been finding around of late, they've just been taking it very easy. So much going on at night, so much going on in the chaos of whatever it is transpiring in the Djuma clan. Here we go. Who are you? Looks like a youngster. Who's just hit the snooze button. Shall I around? I don't know if there's more than usual. It's just a perfect time of year to spot them. The vegetation hasn't quite grown back yet. And they are being a little bit more active, I suppose, with the dynamics and the shifts. And Graham, they often do. You find them in pools. I wouldn't say they go for a swim, but they definitely plunge. They definitely lie in water. We saw it with Corky and her two companions the other night in Ndebele and Swazi. A number of times they found a little puddle and they drenched themselves, and in the hot summer days you'll often find them in water. where we had shasha just before, 2 years ago or so. That puddle or pan that was full of water was well frequented by members of the Djuma clan that were hanging around the den. Well, Quinn, I actually stopped for some buffalo tracks. And I was about to reverse to figure out where the buffalo have gotten to. And Darren, with his eagle eyes, was like, oh, hyena. So let's zoom back a little bit, Darren, and show them what you had to work with. Over there. So not very easy, Quinn. It was a very good spot by Darren, actually. Very, very good spot.
Cheers.
So I can't take any credit for it. Stacey, hyenas are often on their own. They obviously are in a clan and they do hunt together and they're very social, but they're often on their own. They often follow leopards, trying to scavenge food. Obviously very good hunters as well, but young hyenas, solo hyenas, do very, very well picking up scraps by themselves, which they're not willing to share. There we go, hyena experts out there would be able to tell who that is from that side view. And just like that, it's gone. So it's worth scanning these trees, yeah? For something. Hyenas have helped me many a time to find a predator. So no IDs coming yet, that's okay. There's a young hyena. That's all that we need to know right now. He's gone off into the thickets. Commonly known as the bush. Many South Africans will say I'm off to the bush this weekend. This is what we call the bush. Wild places filled with wild animals. You never know what you might find around the next corner. Sorry, Abel, what have you got there? Okay, copy. Thanks, info. Sorry, Nadine, I missed that. Hyena girl had a potential ID for us. Hyena boy.
Here we go, behind us.
Here we go. Hello. You want to come say hello? So Hyena boy is giving us an ID, but I'm not actually copying the name. I'm terribly sorry. Maybe we'll get one more chance. Right behind the car, right behind the pole. Sorry about that. Where's your friends? Definitely smelling something. Probably a very confusing time for these young hyenas. long as they act submissive, they'll be tolerated. Okay, so before we turn the camera off of its head, it goes into the block. Our young hyena, and we're going to continue on.
If I could take you on safari all day and all night, I would. But unfortunately, it's not always the best time to see the animals. Now, in between safaris, you can watch the WildEarth Channel with loads of extra shows. If you have a connected television, Apple TV or Roku box, then download the WildEarth app, and if not, then just find it on the App Store on your phone.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So we've got those clouds broiling above us now. You can feel a few wispy drops starting to hit us on the shins, and you can see the clouds are starting to lose the sharp outline up there. I believe this is a sign that there are some drops starting to fall out of the sky. They haven't reached us yet. Maybe it'll take, a minute or so for them to start actually trickling down onto us. But yes, very much you can see that blanket grey wall over there. I think the main majority portion of this rainstorm is going to pass just to the west of us. But we can feel the wind changing direction and swirling around us, and that's often a sign that the storm is settling on us. temperature's dropped. The frogs are starting to call as well. I think they're also anticipating this rain coming down. But yeah, we're going to start making our way towards cover. We don't really have a lot of safe options when it comes to bushwalk, especially if there's going to be a bit of lightning. The lightning is a bit further behind. The main portion of the lightning is past, but if the air becomes unstable, it's a really weird thing. Weather and climate is not a subject I know very well, but I can feel that the air is unstable, and so it could be one of those things where all of a sudden a little pocket of air just cools down a bit too much, creates a little downpour, and that creates a shift between positive and negative electrons in the clouds, which then creates lightning. So it can easily happen in the blink of an eye. So one should always be wary when it comes to these sort of weather storms. So while we start making our way back towards cover, the safety of shelter, I'll send you over to Chris, who's found something very interesting. Thanks everyone for that. We've had a lovely show. We've loved being out here with you. Stay tuned for more action.
Now, this time of the year, not only is there lovely flowers coming out, but there's also some herbs coming out. Now, if we look at this particular herb, and there's a reason I took it from the ground, it's a very common plant, is I'm going to eat my salad tonight. And it's a herb that you will know. Some of you might even have it in your garden. And if you look at these little seed pods, what herb does this remind you of at home? And then if you look at the leaves itself, the shape of the leaf. Now this is a wild version of the herb that I'm looking for. It's a natural species occurring here, not the cultivated version of it. It is edible though, and like its domesticated counterpart, it is very pungent. It's got a strong smell. See if anybody knows what this might be. And in fact, I'm going to pick a little leaf and smell it. Give it a bit of a crush. Just like, yeah, now you can get it. You smell it. Peppery. Give you a bit of hint. It's got a strong peppery sort of odor. And another hint, if you mix it with a little bit of garlic, a bit of olive oil, some even put a bit of ground nuts in there, you make a paste, a little green paste. If I tell you what the name is, you'll know what plant it is. So this is definitely coming home with me. Or back to camp. I'm definitely going to try and see if I can't whip up something with this with my salad. If there's salad tonight. I'll take a nice look at it. I'll turn it a little bit. See the underside of the leaves. All right, we're getting some answers through. Lisa, who reckons this is sweet basil. All right, I'm gonna give that one to you. It's not sweet basil. Sweet basil is a domesticated or cultivated version of this. Yes, it is basil. However, this is a wild basil that grows out here. It's a different species of basil altogether. The one that we know as the basil that we cultivate, referred to as Ocimum basilicum. This is Ocimum ocimum. It's a wild basil that actually grows out here. But like basil that's cultivated, it literally smells the same. And the same properties. It's a little bit stronger in terms of its flavor. I'm not going to taste it now. It's full of hair. But its odor, you get that. There's a couple of right answers also coming through now. And yeah, like I mentioned, this is coming home with me. All right. What we're going to do now, I'm going to head towards back to the airstrip. Apparently there's been some leopard tracks in that region. So we want to move to that area in case something happens there. You know that Tundi's been seen around here a few times in the last couple of days, and a few other individuals as well. And how awesome would it be if I can find or actually meet up with another leopard that I've not seen before. So let's go and see if we can assist in the search for another leopard. It's basil. You can also use it as an insect repellent. You can literally crush the leaves and just rub it over your face. It does tend to keep some flies away. So you can also use it in other ways other than eating it. It goes lovely with a gin and tonic as well. Okay, I'm gonna have to put on the game drive radio just to keep an Just gonna have to keep this on. So it's a couple of vehicles from Chitwa as well, trying to look for this particular leopard. It's very fresh tracks. It was actually over some of the early game drive tracks from this afternoon, so it is fresh. So hopefully, that's that. There's a Nyola, all right. There's a Nyola there. Sorry about that. There's a Nyola, but that's not the reason I stopped there. Let's look at her for a moment. I saw a big round ball in a tree above her. Fruit. All right, there we go. There we go. Looks like a small melon. And it is actually a type of small melon. It's called a wild calabash. And that is edible, though a little bit bitter. But there is some moisture in there, and if you're ever stuck in the bush, that you can eat that. It's not growing off that tree. That tree is a red bush willow. This is a vine, much like all the sort of pumpkin, melon, cucumber family. It's a vine that grows. And its leaves can also be eaten as a spinach. The wild calabash. Wow. Hi, Lucia. Yes, it's perfectly spherical. It's almost like a planet, you know, if you think about these pictures of planets. It's about the size of an orange, you know, the regular orange, to give you an idea. Wow. Just shows you just have to scratch the surface and something will emerge. Hi, Carla, yeah. Hopefully this year around at Christmas there will be a few more of them, and I can in fact use them when I put up my Christmas tree. Okay, we're going to be slowly moving on again. We want to get to that airstrip area to help in the search for whatever leopard has been moving around there. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, my comms just broke up. I'm gonna radio when I'm closer to the airstrip. Right, guys. Sorry, I know there's a couple of comments that came through that I didn't pick up. I cannot copy the guys well. This weather does interfere a bit with some of the comms, and I just want to get to that airstrip area, so I'm just moving a little bit faster. And I'm not sure whether they found a leopard there, but as I'm closer, I will update you in a few moments. But in the meantime, let's head over to Steve, who's found himself a bird.
Welcome back to Battalier. Getting a little bit dark for these birds, but a pleasant afternoon. The clouds and whatever storm seemed to be has lifted. I won't speak too soon though. Hello, Bryony. Well, yes, indeed. Leopards will catch all sorts of things, and they don't do it for fun. They do it to eat. There's a number of occasions of leopards climbing up very tall trees to take eagles and vultures' chicks out of the nest. Nice time lapse with the clouds, hey Darren? Yeah, leopards got a very wide variety of prey food they'll feed on. It's one of the reasons why many of these birds like to nest in the tallest of the most inaccessible tree possible. Pit Mevrou, the red-chested cuckoo, is in chorus. Saw two great spotted cuckoos this morning. That's very cool. The black cuckoo is calling more frequently. Beautiful afternoon sky, just moving past.
As a naturalist, it's really important that I stay up to date and up to breast with what's happening in the wild and in the world around us. The WildEarth app helps us do that and helps us stay abreast with the live interactions of animals every day. We're going to be here at Stony Point bringing you the African penguin story, and we'd love to see you on the app. See you on the beach.
WildEarth knows it is critical to help as many young people as possible to connect with the natural world. We hope that by bringing the wilderness to our future conservationists, we will inspire a love for nature and perhaps plant a seed which will flourish in the future. Over the years, kids from countries all over the world have joined us on safari.
I really enjoyed learning about the leopards and the cubs and how they hunt and live.
We got to see different types of antelopes, and we also saw our male lion's tracks.
I got to learn about like different types of animals in their natural habitats.
It was like we were on a real safari, so it was kind of cool. We got to see a lot of unique animals.
That whole safari live video just inspired me to fulfill my dream of becoming a safari guide as well.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Two seconds. Right. There we go. So as we were trying to look for this particular animal, the guys from Chitwa called us in and said, please come quickly, we've got a leopard here. And we'll see who it is now. It's just moving about there. From the reports that I had, it could potentially be Thandi. And we'll confirm soon, I'm hoping, so we can stay with her. The rain looks good. Just heads up, there are some other game drive vehicles present as well. Okay, let's go around. She's probably moving. Right, let's just see. I think she's gone a little bit more further west. She is very close to one of the cut lines, so we might have a very brief sighting of her. There we go. Okay, right, actually. Okay, I'm gonna hold it right here. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my eye on her. Get her. Hello. Thank you, James. I knew you'll be quick on the trigger, so thank you. And yeah, another new character for me. Delighted. And this is my fourth leopard afternoon sighting, if I'm not mistaken, in a row. No, not in a row. Stunning. I've heard a lot about this leopard. It's definitely one of my on my list to see. Well, I'm also very happy. I know a lot of comments saying they're happy for me, but you know what? I'm happy, but I'm happier that I could get you to join me live in seeing her for the first time. All right, she is on the move, and again, I have to itinerate that she is close to a boundary, and we'll try and stay with her as long as we can. In fact, the boundary's right up ahead. And she seemed to have taken interest into something there. The whole way she moves suggests she's looking for food. Let's go around, let's go around, let's go around. We're going to have to move, unfortunately, quite a bit. I know it's a bit disjointed and so forth, but unfortunately, when the leopard are on the hunt, they often move very, very quickly. And especially in this type of weather, there's wind, low light conditions, so she can move faster than normal and still remain stealthy. You got her there. Okay, you got her. Oh, there she's through the branches there. Hi, Jasmine. Yes. I mean, sorry. It's always fun. Ah, let's move. Let's move. The only thing about them when they hunt like this or when they're on the move is that it's tricky to get a good view. They just move. Never mind a photo or something like that, you know. So that is normal for when leopards move. They are quite tricky to follow in this terrain. So she has pointed a bit more northwards now, parallel to the boundary, which is actually good for now. She's moving a little bit further into the property, so for now we're good in terms of where we can and cannot go. Well, 2 leopards in one day. How nice is that? Hi, Samantha. Yes, she is a very petite, or very feminine, you know, looking girl. But don't let that look fool you. There's an immense amount of power behind that animal. I think I should follow that vehicle. They seem to want to go around her, and that might be the best option for us at the moment. The thing is, when leopards are on the hunt like this now, it's fine. You can go around her and get to the front. But once they are actively stalking, when they physically see an animal, like let's say there's a herd of impala head or a duiker or whatever, then we often try and stay behind them, not to spoil the hunt or to give the prey an unnecessary advantage, you know. So it goes both ways. Okay, we're cool for now. Ah, no, she changes direction again. Right, well, let's follow this car. They seem to know where they're going. It'd be nice if she can just go stationary, but on a termite mount or something like that. Nice, open, lovely. Maybe this termite mount, yeah. No, not today. there she is. There she is. There she is. Oh. Yeah. Hi, Colin. Says I must watch out for the Dundee slip, if that's what I heard. That sounds like an incident of some sort. I'd love to hear more about this.
Giving you the slip.
Okay, thanks, Owen. No, right, so no, okay, Colin. Oh, now I can see why. This chick is just changing direction every now and then. The Dundee slip. All right, let's see. She's not yet met the Chris determination. The Dundee slip. Right. Okay. Maybe. This guy, I'm just going to quickly, this guy can't get past me, eh? So I'm just going to go forward. Sorry, guys. We can drive here, hey? Okay. Sorry, I'm asking questions. Owen is giving me some good advice. He's just been here a lot longer. Hi, Joshua. Yes, indeed. Now I can see why she's called Dundee slip. She moves. Woo. That's why it's always, as much as it could be a bit of a disturbance having multiple vehicle in a sighting like this, if there's another vehicle who could then basically help us maintain a sighting, it would be good. So we can then stop and have, a good view. I mean, we can see her much further with the camera compared to actual safari guests who need to get very close. So we'll stick with her as long as we can. Oh, she's stalking something, huh? No, she's not. There we go.
Over.
See how clearly that white-tail tip sticks out, eh? Can you imagine if you're a leopard cub following her through the grass? It's a nice little focal point just to focus on and follow her. Right, let's move around again. I think she might come this way. Already from what I can see, it is very difficult with this cat. She doesn't seem to know exactly where she wants to go. Okay, we're going to try and just reposition to get a slightly better view. It becomes a bit more open where we are now, so hopefully she'll stick to this area and we can then actually see her a little bit better.
So I love nature and I love being immersed in the natural world. And one of my favorite things is watching what my mates at WildEarth get up to on their safaris.
This is crazy.
And if you want to join us on our penguin adventures, get on the WildEarth app and immerse yourself into the cute, adorable world of these little animals.
We all have a busy schedule and a lifestyle which is confined to stress and tensions. For so many of us, the hustle and bustle of a tedious life has meant we have lost our inner peace. Traveling is an ultimate remedy that lets us unwind and helps us experience peace in the lap of nature. WildEarth encourages the benefits of travel by giving away an amazing prize every month.
I was totally overwhelmed to receive this fantastic prize of 3 nights at Chitwa Chitwa. WildEarth has been a lifesaver for us during the pandemic and has kept us sane. Thank you so very much, WildEarth.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that is truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. I have been living for the past decades here in the Sabi Sands, and that has allowed me an intimate connection with this place and a better understanding of how it works. For me, the questions that make me think and lead to answers that all of us learn from is what really drives me. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, she is moving, eh? So quite a bit of thunder and clouds moving in at the moment. It's getting more and more intense. Hi Michael, thanks for that. 15, wow. She's been around. I've heard about her and heard she's quite an old lady. The Queen. And she's still got it, eh? She's still got it. Okay, she is heading into a very dense area where we might not be able to stay with her. I know one of the Chitwa guys is going ahead first, as we can see. And we might lose her here. As we all know, she's the master of illusion. She knows how to get away from game drive vehicles. Alright, there she is to our right, no, left, sorry. Yeah, she is moving.
I'm joined by the
You must say must stop, eh? Good evening, Rocco. Lovely question. Why do leopards not hunt and live in groups? Well, to put it this way, cats in general are solitary creatures. They are designed to live alone, hunt alone, and their social structure is not really sort of designed for them to live in groups. Lions are the exception to that rule. Lions are the only cat that forms true sort of groups, if I can put it that way. And then to a lesser degree, cheetah males who form these brotherhoods, coalitions. But most other cats will be solitary. They are very well adapted for that life, and that's the camouflage. Everything is just designed for this solitary life. Extremely powerful cat, well-developed senses, incredible ability to hunt, and then also a wide variety of food that they can target. So they would rather be solitary and establish a territory and protect that territory as a food resource against others of the same sex. So the male and female's territories are irrelevant to each other. Females will actively defend their territories against other females. Adult females, that is. Okay, let's set around. I think we're very close to the boundary there. Well, I think already, if anything, and we do lose her now, we've had one or two very good glimpses of her, and just gonna try and get around. Seems to be little open patches and then sort of little woodland patches, so it's not too bad. Hello, Izzy. Yeah, my ribs could be around. And that would be amazing, and I could see my third leopard for the day. Got it. Well, just seeing one leopard in a day is already amazing. You know, and now to have two in one day, different leopards. And then I remember we had Steve had Shasha as well. So 3 leopards in one day.
On the west, but yeah, come to the demo.
On the pause. Please do. I'll be right behind you. Right. I'm actually going to go around this guy. So we are going to leapfrog like this every now and then. So as she moves, then I'll go around towards the front and the other vehicle, so we can get equal opportunity to view her. I'm going to go a bit forward now, and then we can get a little bit of a frontal view of her. Hi, Michael. I will certainly show you very soon. Michael Fleetwood, that is. He's asking to show on the map where we are at the moment with Tundi. Let's just, as soon as we have to reposition, we'll do it, but let's just watch her for now. Well, is she on the Shadulu? All right, cool. Right, just quickly to show where we are, and I will then quickly reposition. All right, so Djuma property over here. There's the camp, Treehouse Dam, there, Trend Dam, Buffelshoek. We are here. Chitwa Chitwa's property is far south here, south of Djuma, and we are roughly about almost in the far south. So we are very, very far from camp. So that gives you an idea where we are. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have a map that includes the roads of Chitwa Chitwa. I only have the one that we've been using. Luckily, it's relatively open, and we can go around and get a nice frontal view of her. Get out of the shot there. Yeah, just to let you know that it's not us using the light at the moment. As you know, we've got the IR camera, so we don't use it. But it is standard with regular Safari to illuminate. And they don't keep the main light on its face. It doesn't seem to bother or affect her too much. But we prefer obviously to use IR rather than artificial light. So just to let you know, it's not me. Hyena Marine? Yes, that would be amazing to see her take something down. See all the flies around her. You're going infra. I'm going to switch over to infrared, so it'll probably give you a slightly better. Hi Belinda, who says our queen has seen it all. Well, 15 years in this area here will definitely, you'll have some stories to tell if you were her. Alright, she seems a little bit like she's just catching her breath. Now she might move again. I don't think she's going to sleep there. She's just getting a nice little vantage point. Now, let's see what unfolds there.
Look at that, it's amazing. Wow, hey.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, live.
Oh, that's cool.
just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
She's gonna pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful. Fantastic display by a little herd of springbuck.
How is this view? My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic to watch.
Well, now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. I mean, that's just incredible to see that.
Welcome back live to Djuma, everyone. We're from the west, or should I say from the east. We had quite a lot of lightning and a big storm building in the west, so we decided to come a bit closer to camp. That's the lodge over there. As the wind starts to pick up, it's inevitable that the storm building in the west, getting my east and west confused today, is going to build up and is going to drop a deluge on us at some point. There's been a severe weather warning given for the Lowveld over this next couple of days. Could herald lots of rain. But now it's nice to just sit peacefully with a grey heron, watch it catch its prey. Really happy for Chris that he's managed to catch up with Tundi this afternoon. Rachel, I'm sure you can. We can't because of our electrical gear in a proper storm. Over here, Darren, we've got a spoonbill on the left of the pan there. The dam. So Rachel, I mean, some guides will go out in the really wet conditions, but it's not advisable because of the roads. And, you know, they are seriously there are risks with lightning. So lightning, it's not something you want to trifle with. But with heavy rains, it's also, it's not comfortable. You're not going to see any animals. I have had to go on game drive in the past when it rained quite a lot because the people wanted to see things, and we did. We saw some things, but it's not comfortable. It's very unpleasant. You're wet the whole time. Not recommended. But lightning is a big no-no. But driving in the rain, especially if it's raining quite heavily, can invariably lead to the damage of the roads. Some roads aren't always designed for wet weather driving. This Leopard stork is on a mission. You see how he moves his feet around to stay. If they do move, they generally move away from the foot and then snap in the beak. Very nice strategy. Let's see if he catches something.
Any station in the north, copy?
Goodness. Sorry about the game drive radio. We can hear the rolling thunder now. Oh, did you see something really big splashed away from it there? Oh. You can see all the fish jumping. Or are they frogs? I can't tell. Now, often you'll find the Leopard storks doing this together in a group. So like dolphins swimming together, any fish that get disturbed by the one dolphin are often caught by the other. A nice sort of mutual behavior. Benefits each other. But this fellow's all on his own. That is not the sun. There's the light here on the dam. Well, he's got something. I was about to give him a hard time, and he just caught himself a little fish. Derek, it is wonderful to watch these birds at work. It's a lot of effort for such a small little critter. I was about to give him a hard time until he caught something there. He's definitely got the movement right, but he isn't really getting the beak capture as well as it could be. Lots of fish there moving away from him. Or her. These large storks move between watering holes seasonally. Towards the end of the sort of dry season, many of the pans and puddles and dams sort of dry up. It becomes much easier to catch a lot of the fish and the swimming organisms that are then confined to much smaller bodies of water. This watering hole is still quite full, considering, and with the rains on their way, it'll be filling up soon. This area, it is a big beak. The fish have no chance. Their only escape is to be very, very quick. Many are escaping. If you think about the effort he's going through. Keeping to the shallows, you'll notice.
After all these years of watching WildEarth on your computer, you can now watch it through your Connected television or Apple TV or the Roku box. If you're like me and you're always on the go, you can also download the app onto your device and watch it on your phone.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene, rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
All right, the Queen is on her move mode again. We're gonna try and stick with her. I can see her through the bush. It's very dense. I might need to just use the spotlight just to point it out. Yeah, now she is. There she is. Okay, she's gone into some thick stuff here. And I'll try and maintain it, but she's getting into some very, very dense stuff here. Okay, opens up a little bit further ahead. Okay, there she is, right there by that weeping wattle. A bit far though. Let's just keep our bearings here so we don't get totally lost. Where is she now? You got it. Yo, she moves. Incredible. How contrasting to the sighting we had this morning with Tlalamba eating and moving and just all in one place, and now suddenly this one's all over the show. And I believe this is Tlalamba's mother as well. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to see this leopard. Yeah, that's amazing. So I'm going to quickly highlight it. Okay, there, you got it. All right, cool. Owen's on the ball. Yeah, it's now getting dense, eh? she heads into that, we're probably going to lose her there. What are you looking at there? Hi Garth. General lifespan is about 15 to 18 years. So I've heard about leopards that do get older than that. About 15 to 18 seems to be their average lifespan. But she's still looking good. I think she's gonna go into a record. Whoa! Some serious lightning approaching us here. Still relatively far there. We had such an amazing rainstorm last night. As soon as our show ended, it started. Lasted for roughly about 20-30 minutes. The most incredible lightning, quite hard rain. Again, I've lost her now a little bit here. Don't see her. Just gonna do a quick scan with the lights. And remember, this is just to find her. There she is. Let's just go a bit forward again. She's right here. See this little red bush willow? And she's gonna come past that right now. I'm just gonna quickly. Some big rain on its way here. There was some forecasts that there is going to be rain that's going to start at around 7 o'clock in some of the areas here. And you can hear the thunder approaching. What is she looking for? Got her. It's right next to us here. Yeah.
Anything happening?
That's very dense stuff there. Now we've lost it totally now. That thicket, I'm not going to be able to get in there. I think this might just be our cue. Let me just see if I can get in here, but I'm not very optimistic. Oh, goodness, another rock there. It's getting quite dense here. All right, now. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gents, I think that is a wrap for this sighting. I'm not going to be able to follow her. She is not. Going into some. No, this is not going to work, eh? Well, we've had a fantastic sighting, given the fact that she was moving, and so I've lost her totally now, and it's very dense where she's gone into. There's almost no chance of sticking with her. Let's see what happens, but in the meantime, let's link to Steve.
Thanks, Chris. As the storm starts to roll in from the west, can't really hear too much, but the strikes are definitely getting closer. There was a bit of a rumble just now. We saw quite a bit of electricity through the sky. Always just got to be careful in these conditions. Generally the wind picks up a lot stronger. What causes the lightning is the updraft of all of the moisture, the heat from the day's sunshine causes an enormous amount of electricity. And the clouds which roll in and eventually they throw those lightning bolts down. Last night, if you were watching the end of the show, we had quite a magnificent storm in the distance. Darren's not very happy. It is far away. It is far away. We can't even hear them. But we'll keep our ears to the ground. The impala's out in the open, as is commonplace. When the wind picks up, they're trying to have a little bit of a meal before it gets too dark. Jerome, it's all about a size thing. There is a lightning storm across the entire sky there, but no noise, which means it's still far away. Maybe take the eye off, Darren, we won't see. Oh, it's going to be quite dark, eh? So, Jerome, you want to know about calves and lambs. Now, essentially, the lamb, we talk about ewes and, there we go, got about 20 seconds from that storm, so it's about 20 odd kilometers, but it definitely is getting closer. That was a lightning strike that hit in a huge arc all the way around us here. So the nyala is the female is a ewe and the bull, the male is a bull. Everything smaller than a nyala is a ram and a ewe, and everything bigger than a nyala is a bull and a cow. And generally the smaller animals have lambs and the larger animals have calves. That's kind of the way it goes. It's just a naming thing. You can call them whatever you like, really. Lambing season, calving season. Zandra, glowing eyes in a lightning show. Indeed, it is quite exciting. Quite exciting. Exhilarating for some and scary for others. But the lightning storms they roll in, they generate in a huge cumulonimbus cloud, and that cloud rolls in. There we go. See that electrified across the sky. Quite incredible, those lightning bolts of electricity. And when you're this far away, you actually see the bolt going from the bottom to the top. When you're quite close to the storm, it normally looks like it's going from the top to the bottom. There we go. That's about 5 seconds. So that storm is coming in quite quickly. So we're probably going to head back a little bit closer to camp, because electricity is rather dangerous with our gear. Deep breaths, Darren, deep breaths. I wonder if Chris is going to be right getting all the way back to Chitwa, but I'm not too sure about the storm. No, Sharon, they're born with this. The adults have seen more than one lightning storm, and so they're generally Okay. You know, animals do every now and again get hit by lightning, but that's a very rare occurrence. But a very brooding evening. Severe weather being predicted. I rather enjoy a lightning storm. Talking about it last night, having been brought up in Johannesburg, you kind of learn to live with it.
If I could take you on a safari all day and night, I would. But unfortunately, it's not always the best time to see the animals. Now, in between safaris, you can watch the WildEarth Channel with loads of extra shows. If you have a connected television, Apple TV or Roku box, then download the WildEarth app. And if not, then just find it on the App Store on your phone.
If you love to watch WildEarth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic WildEarth expeditions, join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness.
Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
What fascinates me most about the animal circle of life is the intricacies between the large and the very, very small. I mean, it's very easy to go out there and find the large. Once you found the large, the cascading effect down to the small absolutely fascinates me. Alertness and situation awareness is by far the #1 aspect for protecting ourselves out on safari.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Well, you all missed quite an incredible lightning show there. Made all the hairs on the back of our necks stand up. So we're just going to head a little bit closer to camp because, well, potentially dangerous with our lightning rod sitting on the back of our car. Doesn't bode well for an electrical storm. The atmosphere is charged with electricity. You can hear it rolling across the plains. Almost expect the wind to really start picking up now. Okay, so while we assess these lightning strikes, we're going to be powering down for safety's sakes, and we're going to link you to some previous highlights.
about to end, but we just watched the sweetest moment of June arriving to the den. Nobody's here. And then June does what every mother hyena does, puts her head in the entrance and makes this very low sound. Really, really low. And the cub immediately can identify, that's my mom. Mom is calling. And of course, little Novella popped out. Ah, Mom. And she's just over there. But for some reason, she's not following. I think your mom is waiting. Now we're being defiant. You woke up, you're responding, now it's time to follow. Here's June, look. Waiting. It's so nice to see June, and look how just massive she is. June is a big hyena. She always has been one of the larger females, and she's full and just huge. She's bigger than Intima in terms of size and body weight. She's a big girl. God. Novella, I really think you should go and join your mom. The cubs seem to reach an age where they just don't want to respond to mom anymore. We've watched this a few times with Intima, even Ribbon at one point. And June's coming back. I think she's gonna start to get angry. And that's a full belly. She's definitely feasted recently. On what? Ah, that's perfect. Ah, perfect. Thank you, June. Somebody's coming. Hello. Mind my head, my cameraman tells me. Would you rather look at the hyenas or my head? Hyenas. Thank you, Dobby. Oh, sweet. We haven't had a moment like this in a while at the den. Oh no, please don't walk away, June. I think this happens a lot. They seem to have a spot that's nestled in the grass not too far away. And when we come here, I think that's sometimes why we don't see them. Novella's not following. She looks so different. My goodness. Nervous. Many of you are also happy. Me too. That's why it's worth coming by. I mean, the pain of coming by and having it empty is hard going, but that's why you've just got to keep trying. Patience really does pay off. I don't think this sighting's going to last terribly long, but at least we get to see them. Know that everybody's doing okay. Now, Novella, which means adore in Shangaan, is such a nice name. And she was born late November, early December 2020, so still very, very young. And Susan, you're saying? Kids will be kids, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it's easy to be a mother, human or any other mammal, at least. Look at June, she's just watching. Now she's coming back again. For some reason, Novella is just refusing to follow. But June, as a mother, knows that Novella will be hungry. Look at the two of them. Just like this standoff. Duncan, right now, Novella should be following June. June is trying to go to a little private space to feed Novella, and she's obviously refusing. But in terms of hunting, it depends on age. And that's a really interesting question, because what's happened to the Djuma clan right now is a sort of split. This den where we're sitting right now used to be the hubbub of all activity. Everybody used to be here. Every single cub and sometimes every single mother. We're starting to make some decisions. And the younger two, which is Novella and Intima's son, who's not got a name yet, stay in the den. They're still far too young. So this cub that we're looking at is too young to be going on hunts. Far too small. Look at her. She's learning. So June, who's coming back, by the way, is taking her further and further away from the den, and it's probably to go into some sun and a nice sweet spot. But it's also to teach the youngsters. It's also to teach the youngsters, come with me, come with me, come with me. It's a process. Slowly but surely they're going to start to learn to go further, what's safe, what's not, follow mum. And eventually they'll reach the stage of the other cubs like Ngwazi and Shimbulu. They are completely roaming young, wild and free. Following mum, going to kill sites, maybe even attempting to hunt much, much smaller animals. Gingarika and Pumela are still younger. And I think because there's the two older boys, if that makes sense, Gingarika, Pumela and Braveheart are following suit. This is not going to plan, everyone. She seems really nervous. What's up, little one? You know the WildEarth vehicle. Strange that Mom's here, who's coming back once again. Joy, I actually just mentioned that, Joy in Hong Kong. Novella means adore in Shangaan. It's a beautiful, beautiful word. I love it. I really do. Adore. Novella. We actually put Novella's naming to the viewers as a poll. We gave a choice, and I'm very, very glad Novella got chosen. That was the one I wanted. She's so small, but she's also getting so big. What's up? And of course, for the younger two, Novella and Intima's son, they've lost the older cubs. All that bonding they had, all that love and care and fun they had with Shimbulu and Ngwazi, they've gone. They've disappeared. They may come back. They may... What is wrong? I'm crying here. I think we might be finally getting somewhere. We're taking on an alternative method to suckling here. It's not normally the positioning. Oh, okay, yeah, we're getting there. That took a while, didn't it? Good job, June. Persistence paid off for you as a mother. Edward, 100%. June is such a patient mum. That was a lot of back and forth. Cub was nervous for some reason, not happy, and that was a lot of come on now, come on now, come on now. Yes, very patient. June's a good hyena. I've got a lot of love for June. She's always sort of just been in the middle. That stable friend that we all have who's never up, never down. That's that friend that you can rely on. That's June. And she's beautiful. She's been through the wars. She's obviously got Sutu. She's done very, very well with Sutu. You regularly see them together. Sutu's her older daughter. And of course now she's got little Novella.
So we've come all the way around the floodplain and there are no elephants, but there are some waterbuck who are looking very beautiful and very alert. And I do not know if you can see it, but I will point it out. There's a tiny little baby whose ears are just barely visible above the grass. How sweet is that? I wish you could see more of it, because waterbuck calves are my favorite antelope babies. They are so fluffy. I mean, you can see the adults are extremely fluffy as well. And I'm sure that you know that most young animals are a lot more fluffy than the adults. So you can imagine, with these adults already being fluffy, just how fluffy that youngster would be. There's also a male making his way over to them. There he is. How beautiful those horns. So proud. What lovely markings, that very prominent white kind of eyebrow. And then the very obvious white ring on their rump. It's quite funny because we were sitting here all very calmly and they suddenly all scattered, but it looks like they're all kind of making their way back to one another. The males rejoining them. There's a few more on the left. I can't see them now, but they are kind of slowly making their way back into the herd. Edward, they do look like teddy bears. Teddy bears are on quite long legs, but yeah, they are extremely fluffy. I really wish that the grass wasn't so long so that we could get a better look at that little one. But I mean, even the adults look quite teddy bear-like with those rounded ears, and there's a little one. You can just see its ears and just see its eye above the grass. I always think that these are kind of our version of, or the African version of reindeer with that fluff. They look a bit like reindeer, and they're very fluffy, and that pretty heart-shaped nose. Oh. The male looked like he was showing some interest. Oh, she's also been quite submissive, lifting her tail like that too. See what he's doing there, lifting his upper lip? That's called a phlegm and grimace. And what they actually do there is, I don't think he managed to get an actual stream of urine, maybe just a smell, but they actually will put their tongue into a stream of urine or just up against the bum of a female, and they are testing the pheromones and hormones that female is releasing, and he'll be testing whether or not she's ready to mate, whether or not she's an estrus. He's got a organ at the back of his palate called the Jacobson organ, and that's where he kind of puts the urine to test. Tammy, no, I've not seen mating waterbuck actually. I don't think that I've seen mating waterbuck. I can't quite remember, but no, I don't think I have. I don't think it's a difficult thing to see. We just don't have that many waterbuck on Phinda, so we don't see them and all their behaviour all that often. But as you saw there, he kind of pushed himself up against her and looked like he was about to mount. So I don't think they're very secretive about it. So I don't think it would be a difficult thing to observe.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Along our search along the riverbed, we've come across this herd of elephants. And we can see how the heat's affected them. They've come down here because if you look carefully, you'll notice their trunks go down into the ground. And then they put it back into their mouth. And then there's also some wetness on the little elephant in the middle of the larger of the two. And it looks like it's been river sand that's been thrown over the face. The one at the back, you can see some wet sand that it's throwing up on its head, and its trunk's also wet. You can see the little one looks like it's scratching out some sand from the ears. There you can actually see some water coming out of the mouth of that elephant cow. I always find it amazing to see how resourceful these animals can be. Where most we just see a dry riverbed, they know very, very well that there's water underneath. Ooh, there's another elephant coming in. It looks like a young bull elephant, this one. He actually looks like he's covered with a bit of mud. Hammond, how deep do the elephants need to dig to get to drinkable water? It depends very much on the area within the riverbed, as well as the time of the year and how much rain has fallen. This year we had really good rains. The most we've had in about 10 years. And the water table is actually quite high. Like the sand in the river's quite saturated. You can see, have a look, that elephant's not even digging too deep. You can see the wet sand coming out. Now, I have seen elephants in the past, especially at the height of the dry season, around August, September, maybe even beginning October. I've seen elephants, there we go. You can see he's using his foot to just loosen up the top layer of soil and then try and get to the moist soil underneath. Now that particular area where these elephants are at the moment, that's actually, underneath that is a rock bank. And that rock bank is also what holds the water there. So the water in that particular area is not very deep, and that's why they don't even look like they're going down deeply. It looks like they're just getting their trunks a little bit wet. But in the past, I have seen that elephants have dig holes so deep that a young elephant completely disappears in it. But that was also in extreme conditions. In this case, I can see wherever these elephants walking, it looks like there's wet sand, so it doesn't look like it's very hard to get hold of it here. The Timbawati is always known historically as a river that's always got water in it. And here we can very clearly see that. These rock banks coming down into the river often finds puddles forming. Jelly, have any guides been sprayed by elephants? Not since I've been here. I don't know. I'm sure it might have happened in the past. I mean, every now and again you do come across elephants maybe around a corner or so where they're a little bit hidden behind the thick bush, and then they might surprise you a little bit. And you might get some mud on you, but I have not seen that happening myself, and it hasn't happened to me yet. Now, it's not as extremely hot as one would think, but it's hot enough for these elephants to spend a long time here. But by the looks of that small one, I think they might move off into the shadier parts on the banks. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Lauren.
Situation remains the same. It's all very peaceful. No tantrums, no hyena nonsense. Just mom and daughter. I remember when we first saw Novella. She was tiny. A little black ball. Hyenas are so dark. It looks almost black, but they're really, really dark brown. And now she's got a spot pattern and she's quite light. It's amazing how they all look so different. I'd love to all get them together for a family portrait, but that's not going to happen. But they're still part of the clan. The cubs will still interact. They'll still know each other. They'll still be happy to see one another. It's still a social unit. It's just they're all at different stages in their lives now. If you think the boys, Ribbon's boys, the oldest boys, are possibly now around 14 months or coming up to that. It's too long to be at a den site stuck in a termite mound. They need to learn the skills of how to be a hyena, really. How to navigate, how to survive, how to thrive. It's a learning process, and it's a long one, just like for humans. Human children really are not independent for a long time. A lot of skills to learn on just how to be a human. A good one, hopefully. Now, when I first met June, her ear was not like that. But she was always easy to identify. She's a really large female and she's got a really unique spot pattern. But of course now, since the matriarchal takeover, she's got a little bit of a ear design. So it makes it really easy to identify. You can spot June a mile away. Toothpaste. What a wonderful name. I love toothpaste. It's one of my favorite things to do, brush my teeth. Toothpaste, you're asking about the size difference. Now, it's quite unusual. It's not really the norm across the board for females to be bigger than males. Not at all. It's normally the other way around. And we were discussing that yesterday, talking about sexual selection. But in hyenas, of course, the females are larger. So survival technique in a matriarchal society. And the females can go up to about 80 kg. And, I mean, they are a lot taller. But it's more body mass and muscle and body weight where the females win. And the males are said to come in at about 60 kg. It's quite a substantial difference. And you can see it. You can really visibly see it when you see them next to each other. Obviously, some males do better than others. But the height is sort of averaging the shoulder height, around 85 centimeters. So it's under the meter. But hyenas are really big animals, especially when you see them on foot. I've walked with hyenas many times, and of course they come into our camp. So yes, we walk with them a lot. And they are just really, really large animals. Huge skulls. Huge paws. Especially in comparison to other hyena species, the spotted are the biggest. And that's why watching little Mareebs get a little bit too confident and chase hyenas, he's got to be careful. They are big, powerful animals. And the hyenas out here are more than familiar with the leopards. But, I mean, June's much bigger than Mareebs. Mareebs will be longer. Leopards have quite long bodies. But June will be taller with a substantial body weight behind her. Nina, any wild animal you have to be careful, especially in a game reserve like the Sabi Sands. So yes, you have to be very, very cautious, of course. But the hyenas here, and I'll talk about this area only, they are very habituated, very familiar with human camps, very familiar with vehicles. I mean, this is a mother and cub suckling about less than 10 meters away from the car. So they're very habituated to us. And we do see them on foot, on bushwalks. The Djuma team used to do a lot of bushwalks, and we always used to see hyenas on foot. So they're very familiar. And they know when they come into a human camp, they're going to see humans. And they're a wild carnivore after all. So you have to be careful. But on foot, really, they're quite easy to walk with.
Recently, WildEarth viewers around the world experienced the birth of a brand new hippo.
Oh, look at the way it's walking. Oh, the guys, this is so precious.
This tiny calf has started its life in a large lake next to an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa Chitwa. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the 1st of December 2021, you and a friend stand a chance to win a 3-night stay at this award-winning luxury lodge. Along with unwinding on the deck and relaxing in the pool, you may even catch a glimpse of this brand new hippo whilst on one of their unforgettable safaris. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
At the right time, because we just joining up with one of the leopards. The one's gone south into Little Gari, so there's no chance of seeing her. I think it's a her, I don't know, no one ID who it was, but the other cat that we've got, I think, is Tlalamba in front of us. So maybe Sabui and Tlalamba? I don't know. Be interesting to know. I just want to try and catch up with her. Interestingly enough, she's heading towards where Tandi had this kudu kill yesterday. At this stage, she's not actually that far away from that area. Just wait for this vehicle and then we'll be able to get in front. There she is. Yeah, it's definitely Tlalamba. You can see her stomach is still hanging. Just see her tail dropping back. Alright, let's try and catch up with her. Looks like she's going towards the main road. So we'll just try and kind of cross through this little section here. It's a bit tricky in this area because it's quite wet. There's little mud wallows and things all over the place. So I'm going to just try and get onto the main section. Now, it could very well be that the other leopard was Sabui. It could also be that it was Shasha. It could be Langa. It's definitely interesting that there's more than the one of them here. It doesn't seem like Tlalamba knew about it, because generally when Tlalamba, or any leopard picks up another leopard, they follow each other and they salivate and they make a lot of kind of a show of it. And she's not salivating at all. She seems pretty chilled. Just checking her tummy. Definitely still milk in there, but let's see if there's any fresh suckle marks on her. She's been absolutely everywhere the last few days, has Tlalamba. From north to south, east, west, she's covering the kind of whole territory. She doesn't have any fresh suckle marks there. We can see where her teats are, where there's been a cub that has suckled for the last little bit, but nothing fresh. There's no matted fur that I can see. hope she still has this cub. We'll see. Time will tell. There she goes, just kind of striding along the road with those little hips that she usually has. I'm going to check now if I'm sure she's going to head to where that carcass was and sniff around and check what's happening. All right, we'll follow her. In the meantime, let's send you across to Pridelands so that Steve Warburg can say good morning.
Welcome to a very cold and overcast and windy dawn here in Eco Training Pridelands, where it is 16 degrees Celsius. It is very cold. We've got jackets on. Hello everybody, my name is Steve, joined by Glenn on camera, and we are delighted to have you with us. We are out and about in an area called Red Earth, where it's quite nice and open, so we've got a lot of open ground so we can see quite far. When it is windy like this, it's quite important to be able to see, because otherwise, well, you can't really hear too much when the wind is shifting the leaves and the branches and all that. So from a safety point of view, we're going to stay outside, but have a look at that wonderful view. That way, Glenn. Beautiful morning. The wind picked up last night. It was throwing our tent all over the place. Cleared the sky. The clouds were completely gone by the time I went to bed. And now they've pulled in again. My hair, I couldn't tell you. I mean, animals are about, you know, they're always about. It's just whether they're moving or not is the question. And on bushwalk, we're not really likely to see many animals. Generally, the case of being on bushwalk is the fact that you aren't really designed to see animals. You do sometimes. We are just west of Leopard Dam, so we might eventually head in that direction. Because it's quite cold, I don't foresee too many animals going towards there to drink. And because it's windy, many of the animals, herbivore animals that are around and about, the prey animals, are going to be hanging away and trying to sort of keep themselves safe, because when it's windy, their hearing is impeded and they're much more easily caught. So who knows? But you never know. Anything could happen on bushwalk. Anything could happen out on safari. We could have honey badgers just materializing on the scene. There's lots of elephants around, although we didn't see any on our drive through here this morning. I was woken in the night by a snoring buffalo who's decided to take up camp right outside mine and Glenn's tent. Okay, well, enough about our snoring buffalo. Let's send you over to Trico, who's got some flying friends.
Right, welcome back. So we are at the waterhole now. Just about to see what we're gonna find. For the last 2 days, we haven't seen anything early in the morning. And also it might be because it's a bit cold and animals maybe will come out when it starts to get a bit warmer. But you know, with that being said, I mean, it's always worth to come have a look here. I mean, anything is possible in Africa. Let's go a little bit up. Just gonna stand by here. Just gonna do a little bit of a scan around and see what other interesting animals we can find. And also just give us a chance to just, you know, sit by and just listen, you know, the sounds of nature. I don't know if you guys can hear. There's a bit of a nice breeze of air coming through. Welcome, Natasha. I'm glad you can join us. It is an absolutely beautiful scene. Those two hippos further left, close to the tree there. Maybe it could be more. Let's see. Yeah, 3 of them. Incredible. And I think there's some youngsters there as well. Oops, so the one right at the back on the right hand side looks like a youngster there. How amazing is that? Oh, there's another big one coming out. And down. So, in this pod here, as I saw, there's another big one that came out as well. Something maybe a female and a male and a youngster in this waterhole. Yo, look at that one standing up there. Alright, I think we're gonna sit here for a little while, but in the meantime, I'll send you over to Tristan.
Well, you can see that Tlalumba's just moving along slowly, that little white tip of the tail's twitching, and she seems as though she's interested in something. I don't know what it is. Maybe she's just wary of a car and kind of walking past her. She seems like she's in a bit of a funny mood this morning. I don't know, she's a bit trotty and kind of all over, and that could be because of that other leopard was around. It could just be that she's just in one of those moods. Sometimes Tlalumba gets into those moods, but she's definitely, I don't know, on a mission this morning. She's scent marking everywhere. She's walking a lot. Something just doesn't feel right with her. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. But since the other day when those tracks started to move and she had that kill on Torchwood, it just feels like her whole demeanor has changed in a whole kind of way. And like I said, I don't want to obviously be pessimist about it, but even her stomach just seems flatter. It doesn't seem like there's as much milk. So hopefully there isn't an issue with, her cub. Maybe it's just kind of reading too much into it. But it's also part and parcel of what happens out here. We've left her alone as much as we can. We haven't followed her to the dens. We haven't really been at the dens at all. So, if it's happened, it's happened, and that's just nature. It's just the way it is. It's not easy raising cubs out here. But let's just see. Time will have to tell. Her whole movement pattern has changed. She was quite localized at one point. She jumped into the bush, and you can see she's standing as though she missed whatever it was. Maybe go and scent mark that particular tree. She is such a beautiful cat, though. Let's see what she does. Looks like she's going to sniff there and come back to the road. You can see she's spraying everywhere. What's going on, Tlalumba? Just going to sit here. I know we don't have a view of her just yet, but I'm pretty sure she's going to come back to the road. I don't think she's going to kind of stay off the road for too long. And the problem with her, she's like her mom, can do this where she just goes behind some grass and the next thing you know, she's gone. So you've got to be a bit careful with her at times because she can just give you the slip pretty quickly.
The WildEarth Channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice-daily live safaris from Africa, our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, a brand new penguin experience where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth. We know how important it is for young people to have a connection to nature through our live safaris. They are the future protectors of the planet. Over the years, we have been joined on safari by schools from all over the world.
Seeing those students connecting with somebody lifetime in Africa, what else could you ask for? It's just an incredible experience for everyone.
Believe it or not, that is the dropping of a giraffe. Do you believe that?
Students, about probably 3,000 from New South Wales, have just enjoyed this live streaming.
And we learned that some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right?
We were able to experience what it was like in South Africa and to see a whole lot of different creatures.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river, it's being washed away unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that! How beautiful, look at that! One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, welcome back to Pride, everybody. Beautiful red earth. Beautiful track in the sand. After the rain, this animal would have stepped in what would have been a little bit muddier, not very muddy, but a little bit muddier than it is right now, and left a perfect footprint. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you exactly who this is. I don't know what individual it is, but it is most certainly a large male lion, and that is the back foot. That is the back foot over there. Look at my hand. Here's the front foot over there. And it's damaged the soil, and there's the back foot. So look at the size of that. Goodness gracious. So there I've put my knife down. The knife is 10 centimeters. And the front of the track goes to about there. So what's that? That's another